Pass. Oh. Yeah. Is he coming up to speak as well? All right. Why don't we get started today? Good morning, buongiorno, and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, June the 3rd, 2025. Now, this council meeting is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. City of Vancouver electronic meetings, as such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member is attending by electronic means, loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I'd like to direct your attention to the exits. There are two, just through the glass doors and to the left of the pillar. And if that's obstructed for whatever reasons whatsoever, there are 4 exits off to the side here. If we need to use them, please walk in an orderly fashion and you will get more instructions. And please do not use the elevator. If anyone requires accessibility assistance, please remain in your location and one of our incredibly awesome team members will guide you to a safe location. I'd also like to highlight the fact that there is a defibrillator at the end of the hallway here. Hopefully we do not need it, but it's there just in case. I would also like to acknowledge that we're hosting today's council meeting on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and hospitality and love and care they show this land that we get to live, work, and play on. And I do think it's incumbent upon all of us to unlearn what we've learned in the past, learn the true history as to what's happened on these lands. And if we do that, you know what, we're going to build an incredibly bright future full of love and prosperity for everyone here today and going out way past 7 generations. I also want to take a moment to recognize the amazing contributions of our incredible team throughout the city of Vancouver. These are individuals that choose, they don't have to, but they choose to be part of our city, building this great city of ours. And it was actually fun acknowledging them yesterday when we were at the Italian Community Center as well. There are a lot of them there, by the way. Anyways, we've had the opportunity to work side by side with our teammates, and I tell you, they are absolutely incredible. And not as mayor, but as a resident of Vancouver, so proud and so thankful that we have incredible people that choose to be here every single day. So now with that, clerk, can we please get a roll call?
Mayor Simon, the chair, and has a leave of absence for council business from 10 a.m. onwards. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen has a leave of business, leave of absence all day for council business. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Zhou.
Present.
Councillor Orr. And Councillor Maloney. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much. Public notice pursuant to section 164.12 of the Vancouver Charter. Public notice is hereby given that council will give consideration to amend procedure bylaw number 12577 at the council meeting on June the 17th, 2025. Sounds very exciting. Okay, moving on. We have a proclamation today. Italian Heritage Month. First, I'd like to acknowledge our special guests joining us. So, Consul General Paolo Moralia del Giudice. I always struggle with that. Hopefully, I got it almost right, close, Great. Or as I refer to you, friend. So it's great seeing you here. From the Consulate of Italy, Vancouver, and members of the Italian community. And we also have a special guest, Mr. Vito Brune, the Comitas from Puglia, Italy. So now, in the spring of 2018, a motion was passed by the mayor and council to include Italian Heritage Month on its official celebrations and observances calendar. Now, Italian Heritage Month is an opportunity to honor the history, culture, and contributions of Italian Canadians to the city of Vancouver through a month-long series of events that showcase food, performances, exhibitions, language and cultural initiatives, community festivals, and other events. And the Commercial Drive, a place where I grew up in the 70s, just off, on McSpadden Street, just by McSpadden Park, is also home to Vancouver's historic Little Italy. And Commercial Drive has been shaping a new chapter of Italo-Canadian history. This marks the 15th anniversary, which inspired this year's 2025 theme, Mille Baci, or in English, 1,000 kisses. And so today we acknowledge Vancouver's vibrant Italian community who continue to celebrate generously and generously share their cultural heritage, putting Vancouver on the world map as a destination to celebrate Italian Day. So if my fellow council members can join me at the podium here, we're going to read a proclamation. And before we start reading this proclamation, I'm going to reiterate some of the things that I said yesterday. The Italian community is absolutely incredible. I couldn't imagine what our city, our province, and our country would look like if it wasn't for the Italian community. It started off a long time ago as immigrants coming here, working incredibly hard. You know, and if you look at our city now, like, and we talked about this, the Italians literally built this city. When you look at all the home builders that have built this place up, and you've brought a vibe to our city, our province, and our country, the cultural aspect, the food. We didn't even talk about the fashion. And you celebrate the second greatest soccer team in the country, or sorry, in the world, every 2 years, because the Euro happens. And then I had to crack the joke. Come on, actually, all joking aside, it's as I mentioned last night. How awesome would it be if Italy? If we find out we draw Italy in the city of Vancouver, because they would be playing here concurrent with Italian Heritage Month next year. So fingers crossed, and as long as you don't beat Team Canada, we are very happy for you. With that, these are my teammates here, and we do things together. And so with that, our team is going to read the proclamation.
Vancouver is a city of many ethnicities, cross-cultural understanding, inclusiveness, and respect for one's community, and where Vancouver's Italian community passionately celebrates its culture, values, and heritage, and shares these with other communities in order to weave a vibrant Italian thread through Vancouver's multicultural tapestry.
And whereas June is Italian Heritage Month, it's an opportunity to honor the history, culture, and the contributions of Italian Canadians to the city of Vancouver, supported by a series of culturally rich events in the realm of food, music, film, language, and other initiatives presented by the Central Italian Cultural Center.
And whereas Italian Day on the Drive, presented by the Italian Day Festival Society, is the largest of events during Italian Heritage Month. Delivered as an embracing and vibrant 14-block street festival, this year celebrates Italian Day's 15-year anniversario with Mille Baci, 1,000 kisses, as a thank you to partners, participants, and all communities for the support and connections created, as well as traditions shared since its 2010 revival.
And whereas the Italian community remains dedicated to your contributions and recognition of your culture, values, and heritage in the city of Vancouver, which includes Italian Heritage Month and respective cultural events presented on behalf of Il Centro Italian Cultural Center, the Italian Day Festival Society, the Commercial Drive Business Society, the Consulate General of Italy in Vancouver, and other esteemed partners.
Now, therefore, I, Ken Sim, the Mayor of the City of Vancouver, on behalf of all of my teammates standing up here today, all the other elected officials, and everyone who chooses to work at the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2025 as Italian Heritage Month in the City of Vancouver. Now, I think we have a few individuals that want to say a couple of words. We have Randy Ronaldo, we have the Consul General. I think Melissa, you wanted to say some words, and I don't know if Mr. Bruno wants to say a few words as well, but please come up. The podium is yours, and would love to celebrate with you.
Buongiorno, Mayor Sim, councillors, and honored guests. On behalf of Il Centro, the Italian Cultural Center of Vancouver, I want to express our sincere gratitude for proclaiming June as Italian Heritage Month. This proclamation is more than symbolic. It recognizes the legacy of Italian Canadians who helped build this city brick by brick, businesses by businesses, and family by family. From the trades to the culinary arts, from culture to commerce, Italian Vancouverites have proudly contributed to the heart and soul of this city for generations. As we celebrate our heritage this month, we also look to the future with great anticipation. Vancouver's role as a host city for the FIFA World Cup in 2026 is a tremendous honor, and the Italian community, like the rest of the city, is buzzing with excitement. Soccer is in our DNA, and we can't wait to share that passion with the world right here on home soil. We also want to acknowledge and support the city's continued commitment to public safety. Strong, safe communities are the foundation on which heritage, culture, and belonging can thrive, and that's what we want for every Vancouverite. Grazie for this recognition, and on behalf of Il Centro, I wish you all a meaningful and joyful Italian Heritage Month. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Sim, Council, Consul, and distinguished guests. I'm honored to speak on behalf of the Italian Day Festival Society as we celebrate Italian Heritage Month and the much anticipated return of Italian Day on the Drive, one of Vancouver's largest and most beloved free public festivals. Last year, we counted 300,000 people throughout the day on Commercial Drive, and this year marks our 15th anniversary. And with it, we've chosen the theme that speaks to the heart of our celebration, Mille Baci, 1,000 kisses. It's a symbol of love, gratitude, and our deep connection to the community. Each kiss represents a gesture of thanks, a shared moment, and a reminder that we are stronger together. This theme shines through in everything we've brought to life today, from the food, music, culture, and connection. It captures the warmth and affection for everyone who has supported and grown with Italian Day on the Drive over the years. This Sunday, 14 blocks of Commercial Drive from Venables to Grandview Cut will be transformed into a vibrant Italian promenade. Piazzas in every intersection will be activated with the live music, DJs, and family-friendly activities. And we have a record number of street vendors this year. Personally, it's been an incredible honor to go from advocating for the recognition of Italian Heritage Month, along with Little Italy, the Italian crosswalks, and the piazza culture, after Randy Ronaldo approached me about that and lobbied hard. So I did that on this side. Now, I get to work alongside this amazing community to help bring these celebrations to life. I'd like to extend a heartfelt thank you to those who make it possible. Here with us today is Brunella Gallio, our Executive Director, and as well as some of our other Italian Day Society board members, Carmen D'Onofrio, who's also here from the Commercial Drive Business Society. And without them, there would be no Italian Day on the Drive or Little Italy. So thank you so much, Carmen. And Vito Bruno also for joining us. So join us this Sunday for Italian Day on the Drive, where everyone can be Italian for the day and immerse themselves in Italian culture, heritage, and community. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Yes, a few words. First of all, I would like to say that I'm truly honored, excited to take part in this important ceremony for the second time since I arrived in Vancouver last year. I remember it was my first event I attended a few days before my arrival. And on behalf also of all the Italian-Canadian community, the big Italian community here, I would like to, first of all, thank the mayor for attending last night's events of Festa della Repubblica at the Italian Cultural Center. It was really very much appreciated by all of us. And also for proclaiming the City Council once again June as the Italian Heritage Month. This is, I think, a very important and meaningful recognition, as has been said before, of the important contribution, historical contribution made by the Italian community to the social, economic, cultural development of this beautiful, wonderful city, Vancouver. And I'd like to remember that we have for this year's celebration as guest of honor a delegation of coming from Apulia region, as we said, that a region that is rich in culture, traditions, creativity, also economic and trade opportunities we want to promote, also with the city of Vancouver. And I hope that you, Mayor, have the opportunity, a chance to visit very soon. And so the delegation will be very happy to arrange and to prepare an agenda for you. And as soon as you are available, but of course, so we'll be very, very grateful for you, for your support. So thank you very much again.
Well, I am supposed to go to the airport in about 20 minutes or 10 minutes. So maybe I'll change my flight from Ottawa to Puglia and be a lot more fun. Did I say that in public? I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, absolutely. Would everyone else like
I don't know if am I missing? I don't know why this computer's not turning on. Just so we know, for a second. Okay, so we will continue on with our council meeting of today. That was a wonderful proclamation, and thank everyone for joining us for the proclamations this morning. So I'll go over the plan for the day, and happy to be in as deputy mayor, as the mayor was here and is off on civic duties. So the plan for the day, any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X and at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and the City's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first, last name, role, or title. Today, we have 3 administrative items, an in-camera motion, adoption of minutes, and matters adopted onto consent. We have 5 reports and 13 referral reports, 38 bylaws, notice of council members' motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. The plan for today is we will be taking a recess at the conclusion of Report 1, as we have the MSTV councillors who have been invited to share a meal together with council, followed by the in-camera meeting, which will begin at 1 p.m. We will return at 3 p.m. to continue with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, recess at 5 for dinner and reconvene to complete the agenda at 6 p.m. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed on in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Thank you. Second. Thank you very much. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 1 are from the Mayor's Budget Task Force Implementation Oversight Committee on May 13th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move a motion? Thank you. Seconded. Thank you very much. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the council meeting on May 20th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Thank you, Councillor Zhou, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. Any discussion? All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. That motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the public hearing on May 20th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Thank you, Councillor Meiser, seconded by Councillor Orr. Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. That motion carries unanimously. Minutes 4 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services on May 21st, 2025. Any corrections? Can I get a mover? Thank you, Councillor Montague. Seconder? Thank you, Councillor Orr. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. And that motion carries unanimously. I'm just going to note I can't log onto my computer, so if I can just have IT come and do that. Thank you. So council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 3 to 5 and referral reports 1 to 13 on the consent agenda for council's consideration. We will hold reports 1 and 2 to hear from speakers. Council may adopt the recommendations for reports 3 to 5 and referral reports 1 to 13 on consent. And I see we've got Councillor Maloney. Over to you.
Can we hold reports 3 and 5, please?
So 3 and 5 will be held. It's 3 and 5. Okay. Any others? Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to hold report 1, 2, and 4, please, for questions.
So,
sorry, they might have speakers, so
yeah,
not necessary.
okay. So that sounds like we've got all items being held because you included report 4?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so we will hold all items. So there'll be only the referral reports that will go on consent today. Does any member want to hold any of the items for debate or questions to team members? Sorry, my next question. Does anyone have a conflict of interest on any of the items that will be moved on consent? Seeing none. So we have referral reports 1 through 13 for the consent approval. Would someone like to move adoption, please? Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Zhou. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. That motion carries unanimously. And I will read the items on that have been passed on consent. So we're before, and just to, because I have to, on referrals. So referral report 1, planning incentives for high performance buildings and zoning and development bylaw. And report 2, amendments to clarify electric vehicle charging in the zoning and development bylaw. Report 3, CD1, text amendment 1700 to 1750 West 75th Avenue. Report 4, zoning and development bylaw and latecomer policy amendments enabling authority to impose development permit conditions for public amenities, facilities, utilities, and land. Report 5, CD1 rezoning 254 East 12th Avenue. Report 6, CD1 rezoning 1855 West 2nd Avenue. Report 7, miscellaneous amendments concerning various CD1 bylaws and rezoning conditions. Report 8, rezoning 859-883 East 33rd Avenue and 4835 St. Catherine Street. Report 9, CD1 rezoning 520 to 590 West 29th Avenue and 4510 to 4550 Ash Street. Report 10, CD1 rezoning 4001 to 4009 Knight Street and 1348 East 24th Avenue. Report 11, CD1 rezoning 414 to 420 West Pender Street. And two more. Report 12, CD1 rezoning 1527 Main Street. And the last is CD1 rezoning 2079 to 2085 West 5th Avenue. So those have all been passed on consent. So we will now move to, bear with me for just a minute. We will now move to Report 1 on the agenda today, City of Vancouver UNDRIP Task Force Annual Report. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now's the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Seeing none, this item does have a presentation. We do have team members here to present, and I see we've also got a full complement of members of the UNDRIP Task Force and members of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh with us today. So I'd like to hand it over to you to open up the meeting for today. Thank you.
Oh, Hilo, Hilo, hey. Oh, Hilo, Hilo, hey. Ha, hey, la, ha, 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 hey, la, ha, hey, hey. Calling on the presence of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh ancestors to come and greet you. Hait, Sepka, Siem, and Siaya.
What was him?
Thank you very much for starting off our discussion today in a very good way, and great to have everyone here. I'll now hand it over to Michelle, who will take us through the presentation.
Amagun Thlak, Bilhamp now, Dawayu, Gispagwanam, Gitwilgyot, Stizabu, Lokwa Lamps, Diwil Latku, Simshan Nu. My ancestral name is Bilham now, and I come from the Gitwilgyots tribe, from the Killer Whale clan, from the Simshan Nation, from the community of Lokwa Lamps. My English name is Michelle Bryant-Gravel, and I'm the Senior Director, Indigenous Relations, and we're here to present to you our very first annual report for our UNDRIP action plan. It's a joint report, so we'll pass it through the task force members to represent our partnership and our shared governance of this work. So I'll pass it over to Councillor Kirby-Young.
Good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here and to be part of this report this morning in conjunction with the MSTV table and our partners at Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. It's my pleasure to let everybody know we're going to begin by the presentation today by highlighting the recommendations that are before Council. Then the intention is to move into the work of the UNDRIP Task Force to walk everybody through that. We are going to provide a refresh on the background and the Council directions that led to this report before we actually dive in to the heart of the action plan implementation process, which is the focus for today, as well as providing an update on our urban Indigenous engagement. From there, we're going to go over the details of the report, as I mentioned, that we're going to share. Following that, staff are going to share a brief update on the work that is happening under the reconciliation framework and the murdered missing Indigenous women Two-Spirit response by the city. And then finally, the task force is going to discuss our next steps with respects to the UNDRIP implementation before we conclude the presentation.
And just before we go into the presentation, I would ask clerks to play the video that we have shared in advance.
Important part of truth and reconciliation is the word truth. You can't have any reconciliation until you understand and acknowledge the truth.
What's so beautiful about our families from the Musqueam and Squamish people is a lot of us married in and had familial or kinship ties. And that was a key cultural component of the three nations working collaboratively, but also allowing us to have shared territories. What really disturbed that relationship was the impact of the Indian Act and colonialism.
There was an attempt by the Canadian officials to exterminate Indigenous people, both from a legal perspective, but also from a very cultural perspective.
We were legislated out of the economy. We weren't allowed to hire a lawyer. We weren't allowed to vote. We weren't allowed to hold land anymore. So that is an extreme impact on the minds and hearts of people who have looked after this place so well for so long.
This land doesn't belong to us. We belong to the land. We have always been environmental stewards of this land, and we've taken pride in that. So our connection to the land is of a mutual respect.
And I want to really raise my hands in gratitude for the many Indigenous leaders across Turtle Island and the world for advocating for UNDRIP. Some people might think this is very new, but it took 30 years to get to where we are now.
In 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission called on all levels of government to adopt the United Nations Declaration on the Right of Indigenous Peoples, also known as UNDRIP. The City of Vancouver is incredibly proud to be the first city in Canada and in the world to put UNDRIP into action at the municipal level. And we've done this in close partnership with Musqueam Indian Band, Squamish Nation, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation.
It's the most comprehensive and in-depth collaboration that the City of Vancouver has yet achieved, really working from the priorities of both the nations of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, but also the City of Vancouver. We've worked closely with them to incorporate their legal traditions and their ceremonies into the way we do our business here at the City of Vancouver.
When my parents were kind of in the seat that I'm in now as a councillor, they were having to bang on doors and demand to be at tables, where now those tables don't go forward without us being invited to them. And I think that's step number one.
What does UNDRIP mean to me? It means that we need to move forward in a good way. What does that mean? It means we need to be respectful. We need to be respectful to each other. And we need to be Sayam Lewin. We need to be brave, because there are still people in this world that might not agree to the terms of UNDRIP, United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People.
Some of the highlights of the work that we have done so far during the implementation phase is the focus for City of Vancouver staff on building and strengthening our relationships. As you can imagine, the trust between the city and the nations hasn't always been great, but over the years, the relationships have strengthened, and we are working to create sustainable foundations for long-term progress.
The impact it'll have on future generations, not only of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, but the citizens of Vancouver. Nobody is going anywhere. We're not going to uproot our home, our stories, and our songs and our language. And we know City of Vancouver citizens aren't going anywhere. So we really need to find a way forward together.
There's a lot of teachings that underlie who we are, teachings that come from our oral literature and the stories that were handed down for thousands of years. You know, it's captured in the rock paintings that were painted by our ancestors sometimes thousands of years ago to capture certain ideas and concepts about how to be a good person in this world and how to take care of each other, how to be a good community member. And I think what I'm excited about or hopeful about is that every generation of our people is looking at ways to take that knowledge, to take those teachings and have it make sense in a modern context. But also, when Indigenous people thrive, all of our communities thrive. Canada will be a much more interesting place if Indigenous languages, cultures, and identities are thriving in our country. It'll make us the most unique place in the world relative to everywhere else that also has their own histories and cultures to celebrate.
It is not just our history here on out, it is our histories together.
So what we have before council today is our 4 recommendations that we'll present upon. That council received the information, the UNDRIP Action Plan 2025 Annual Report, that council approved the updated terms of reference for the MSTV Intergovernmental UNDRIP Task Force as outlined in this report, that council received for information the 2025 Annual Reconciliation Report, and that council receive for information an update on the progress of the MMIWG 2S Plus response. I'll pass it over to my colleague, Kim.
Thank you very much. Sabka, Anta Lamtanat, Anta Namat. I'm pleased to present to you today on the UNDRIP. The task force has been working on the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, frequently referred to as UNDRIP, DRIPA. UNDRIP is an international instrument describing the unique rights of Indigenous peoples. It was developed through intense negotiations over 25 years at the United Nations and represents minimum standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples. It articulates rights in a variety of ways, notably rights to be free from attempts at assimilation, displacement, and disenfranchisement, rights to territory, rights to self-determination, and rights to language, culture, and spirituality. At its initial adoption by the United Nations in 2007, UNDRIP was voted against by Canada, although this position was later reversed in 2010 when Canada formally endorsed UNDRIP as an aspirational document. I don't think I've ever presented to City Council before, so this is very new to me. Thank you. The adoption of UNDRIP in Canada continued to proceed through widespread Indigenous advocacy. Notably, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada report in 2016 called on Canada to adopt UNDRIP as the framework for reconciliation. as did the national inquiry into the missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls. In 2016, Canada announced its full support for UNDRIP, implemented within the Canadian constitutional framework. In 2019, the province of BC passed the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, often called DRIPA, becoming the first government to adopt at the provincial level. Government of Canada followed suit in 2021 with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, often called UNDA. Both the province of BC and the Government of Canada have developed action plans for UNDRIP implementation in consultation with Indigenous leadership. These action plans both identify goals and actions for UNDRIP implementation and outline a process for legislation to be brought into alignment with UNDRIP. Aichka.
Thank you, Councillor. I think you did a great job for the first time. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to pick up on where my colleague left off in terms of segueing into the City of Vancouver's journey on this process, and just to recap some of our milestones along the way. So the City of Vancouver has been a leader amongst Canadian municipalities in the area of Indigenous rights and reconciliation, and I think it's really important to note that, particularly in today's times. Vancouver Council was an early adopter of UNDRIP dating back to 2013, which honestly doesn't seem so long ago. We followed that with the Year of Reconciliation, then the Reconciliation Framework, and then the proclamation to be a City of Reconciliation in 2014. So a lot of early work right out of the gate. As the work continued in 2021, Vancouver became a global leader amongst municipalities as we worked in partnership. I do want to say we do everything in partnership with the rights holders at Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and then launched the Intergovernmental UNDRIP Task Force, which is what this body has now sort of morphed into today. The task force returned with a strategy in late 2022. That led to our 5-year action plan that was adopted last year in 2024. And I think it's important to note that both of those were endorsed by all 4 partner councils wholeheartedly. The task force and staff from all 4 partners continued our work with council direction to begin implementation of the action plan last summer, and that brings us to this update today. And I do want to just note on a sort of personal reflection that we've had lots of good conversations around the importance of education and bringing people along on this journey, because I think that misunderstanding starts when people don't have clear sharing of information about the journey and where we are. So that is a big intention of this update today, is to provide regular annual updates so that we're able to share the work. And that was part of the video and part of the information that will live on the website so that all Vancouver residents can participate in this journey. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Firstly, wanting to send my regrets for Chairperson Halsalem, Chairperson of Squamish Nation, who woke up ill today and unfortunately is not able to join us, although he really wanted to. And my name is Arthur Makapagal. I am a Senior Advisor for Squamish Nation on Intergovernmental Relations and Strategic Partnerships and co-chair of the MSTV Steering Committee. So I'm speaking today on a few different items in connection and in collaboration with fellow governments, Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and the City of Vancouver on this exciting, important work. What makes the UNDRIP Task Force unique is the ongoing intergovernmental collaboration and the co-development model. You'll see that that word is highlighted in our slides here, and that is extremely important and extremely unique. As mentioned in the video, it is the first of its kind, both in Canada and in the world. The partners meet at the elected level quarterly to oversee and provide direction to the task force, with Councillor Sarah Kirby-Young, Councillor Klassen, and Councillor Zhou representing the city, and 2 elected councillors from each nation, including the colleagues and our elected officials that are speaking today. We have senior staff from each partner government meeting regularly at the steering committee to convey and implement intergovernmental table directions to the various staff teams, coordinate work planning, and manage reporting and outcome measurements. There are 18 different action groups. This is an all-of-government approach. Later on in our presentation, we will share an overview of the work that these action groups are doing. These 18 action groups are composed of staff with technical and operational expertise from all 4 partner governments, meeting regularly to discuss the actions and deliverables of the action plan and refine them into concrete outputs and results. Internally to the city, there is also an enormous amount of corporate coordination. A table of senior staff champions and staff implementation leads from all departments and partners from the Vancouver Police Department, Vancouver Public Library, Vancouver Fire Department, meeting regularly to discuss implementation and continually refine and improve the internal processes that we're working on together. As we've mentioned, the task force has developed both a strategy and a 5-year action plan, which were endorsed by all 4 partner government councils. Both have been reviewed by external legal experts and advisors. The overarching strategy has 79 calls to action for the implementation of UNDRIP in Vancouver, 32 of which have been sequenced to the task force to initiate in the first 5-year action plan. The action plan organizes these actions into 18 action groups and breaks them down into 88 separate deliverables. The action plan calls for twice annual public updates, including this council update that we are in today. And considering the urban indigenous engagements we have hosted, we are currently exceeding this minimum and remain in discussion with the task force about opportunities to update nation communities directly, as well as other events or platforms to reach a broad diversity of Vancouver residents.
Aichka Arthur. Good morning, Council. Very soon after the action plan received endorsement from the 4 councils, the task force reconvened for implementation. Staff and technical and operational expertise from all 4 governments were assigned to the 18 action groups identified in the action plan. Staff began their collaborative work together by discussing the actions and deliverables they were assigned, breaking them down into logical steps, creating a rough outline of how they will sequence implementation over the 5-year timeline. Relationship development has been a key component of the early phases of implementation. For many staff and work areas, this is the first time staff from all 4 governments are coming together to discuss shared goals at a level of strategy and intergovernmental coordination rather than an engagement setting focused on an individual city project or initiative. The 18 action groups involve staff from all departments and all areas of expertise at each partner. The action plan includes deliverables related to education, economic development, housing, culture, environment, communications, public safety, and legislation. Each action group is coordinated by city staff, with nation staff being fully involved in knowledge exchange and the planning, development, and implementation of each deliverable. Many action groups have already had multiple collaboration sessions, including unique relationship building, exercises like community walking tours, and external expert guest speakers.
At the city, we follow a distinctions-based approach, grounding our work with the rights holders who are Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. We acknowledge that there is a large population of Indigenous peoples from other areas also living in Vancouver. One of the action groups in the action plan is engaging with the diverse population of Indigenous peoples who live in the city of Vancouver to develop an engagement framework. Data from the 5 urban Indigenous engagements informed the new Urban Indigenous Engagement Guiding Principles. We shared these principles with community We shared these principles with community input at the October 2024 Urban Indigenous Engagement. At this engagement, we also piloted an engagement fair model where various city projects and initiatives from multiple departments hosted booths to ask questions and gather feedback from the urban Indigenous community members. Staff who shared their projects and hosted booths at the engagement fair received insightful and actionable feedback directly from the community. One early example of staff acting on feedback from the participants was the Downtown Eastside Wi-Fi Desert Mapping Project, where we received a suggestion to add a land acknowledgement to the city Wi-Fi login page, and we were able to make that happen. As we continue to develop and improve this framework, we are working with city staff to pilot our new guidelines and new procedures. The planning team on the Downtown Eastside housing updates was the first project to pilot the framework. Although it was a difficult topic for participants, many of them left feeling heard, respected, and empowered, even if still not in agreement with the city directions in the area. It's important to note the role of Indigenous protocols at these events. We always ensure that we open each event with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh protocols, grounding the environment and our approach in a respectful way. Doing this upholds the commitment to supporting right relations between the local nations and urban Indigenous communities, and it creates a safe and welcoming space to engage for urban Indigenous participants. Each event has begun with an opening words from a respected local nation member to set the tone and provide guidance for city staff and community participants. In addition to incorporating traditional witnessing protocols relevant to local nations, local Indigenous governance practices, these considerations have been very well received by the community. Where are we? Next slide, I think, Lindsay. As the Urban Indigenous Engagement Framework is implemented, city staff will also be supporting to align their approach with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations, the MMIWG2S calls for justice, and the UNDRIP Action Plan. Ensuring their engagements with urban Indigenous people follows respectful reflection of local Indigenous protocol, culturally safe and trauma-informed engagement, and upholding right relations among the city, local nations, and diverse urban Indigenous community members in Vancouver. The development of a standard engagement pathway will help staff involved in urban Indigenous engagement make their engagements meaningful and accountable, and most importantly, ensure that the voices of urban Indigenous peoples are heard. Part of the process is that staff will outline how city projects are advancing reconciliation, the calls for justice, and UNDRIP. Staff will report back to the community on how the information gathered is reflected or advanced in city plans, policies, and projects, and will inform participants of the engagement how they can stay involved in the civic process. We will also be training staff on the best practices, trauma-informed communication, and relationship building with Indigenous communities. This is important because Indigenous voices have been left out of city processes for far too long. We want to share a couple of voices that we heard from the engagements on the screen. These are direct quotes from participants, that there is a need for more equitable engagement opportunities. Not everyone can take time off work to speak at council meetings. And having so many city workers available to chat about different projects made me feel really invested and connected to the upcoming city projects. So we've received valuable feedback from the community and the importance of this work.
This first annual report covers the 6 months from action plan adoption in June through December 2024. It provides an overview of progress on our deliverables, noting any early outputs and outcomes, as well as outlining next steps. As we continue to develop our work together, future reports will provide more refined action group progress indicators relating to how we are working together and how our efforts are impacting our communities. As we've described, the nature of the work and deliverables of each action group are extremely diverse, So we have developed a general 5-stage progress indicator to give a sense of the relative progress across very different work areas. The progress indicator we have developed lays out 5 progress stages based on where each action group falls in the process of collaboration and delivering outputs and outcomes. This scale moves from laying the groundwork, including introductory relationship development, internal inventory, and scoping, through various stages of planning, development, and implementation, to the end stage of building on accomplishments, where we envision our teams collaboratively monitoring and improving upon successes. We have tried to emphasize through this progress indicator how crucial partnership is to this work, and our intention to follow through on our goals and build continuous improvement into each output and outcome. Sapka.
In the first 6 months of implementation, the status of the 88 deliverables is 3 have been completed, 31 in progress, 24 scoping, 28 sequenced later, 1 in revision, and 1 paused. This reflects both the high degree of alignment of the shared goals of all of the partners to work already and underway, as well as the seriousness and diligence with which staff from all partners have approached this collaboration. We are extremely proud of all of the staff teams for jumping into internationally groundbreaking work and nonetheless overperforming. We also note that through the action chartering process, some of the deliverables have been sequenced later in the 5-year timeline based on capacity management, dependencies on earlier deliverables, or taking advantage of work efficiency opportunities through existing strategies, funding cycles, and other factors. Next slide. This diagram captures deliverable progress across action groups. We note that the Historical Atlas Working Group, which was identified as an early action in the UNDRIP strategy, has already met their deliverables for this action plan and will be moving ahead to more advanced phases of their work. The Procurement Action Group has also had an extremely strong showing, working on efficiencies with work on procurement policies updates and already underway. The Communications Action Group has also done an enormous amount of work to both build out our data and outcomes measurement platforms and the communications strategy. We look forward to sharing a video that the Action Group has prepared on top of their action plan deliverables.
Thank you, Councillor Alec. We'd also like to highlight some of the work to date that has already begun impacting city work and city outputs. A few examples. The city has been piloting impactful options to prioritize and support nation-led housing development projects. UNDRIP is a decision factor in the work on the Langara YMCA and Jericho land projects, which have recently been presented to City Council. We've agreed upon a scope of work for a historical atlas to better inform Vancouver residents and visitors alike on the long history of this place. We've begun sharing our respective environmental, economic, and cultural strategies and action plans to inform each other's work and better position ourselves to act in partnership on mutual goals and aspirations. And the UNDRIP Task Force has created a unique intergovernmental dashboard and data source where staff from all our teams can share and review progress updates, schedules, and collaboratively revise documents. We've also been developing and piloting updated procurement policies to be better business partners, including co-creating definitions to help guide procurement decisions and walking through potential process improvements together.
Now I'm going to share a little bit about the reconciliation report that we're integrating. So the annual reconciliation report has been consolidated into the UNDRIP annual report to improve coordination and communication and accountability. Activities that fall under the reconciliation framework outside of the current scope of the UNDRIP Task Force are summarized in Appendix C of the report, and efforts outlined in the appendix include all city departments and diverse work areas, from social services to culture, public engagement, and city planning. As city work is increasingly aligned to our overarching UNDRIP strategy, the streamlining of reporting will continue to improve. We're highlighting a few notable examples of reconciliation initiatives from city departments to share the diversity of activities the city is undertaking. Arts and culture has made progress on building relationships with cultural staff at each nation through their cultural liaison processes, in addition to other notable granting and engagement activities. They are also integrating consultation with MST on developer-delivered cultural amenity spaces and working closely with Indigenous-led organizations that shelter, house, and support people from Indigenous populations. Civic engagement and communications has been working to support the presence of local nations in FIFA, as well as through highlighting official observances and days of note like National Indigenous Peoples Day, Truth and Reconciliation Day, and many more. Various departments have also made contributions towards our reconciliation goals, from human resources to finance to city clerks. We are proud of the commitment of our colleagues in advancing this important work. Some examples are shown on the screen: engineering services through the development of the city's Healthy Waters Plan, the equity team through the Bylaw equity review process, city clerks by sourcing gifts from Indigenous businesses, artists, and craftspeople for protocol gifting, finance and supply chain management by developing an honoraria and handshake policy, human resources by engaging Indigenous speakers at leadership development programs, and Indigenous relations through extensive work on the UNDRIP Strategy Action Plan, as well as hosting the commemorative 10 years as the City of Reconciliation event on this day last year, making sure that reconciliation is integrated through all city departments and ensuring everyone has a responsibility. Planning and urban design and sustainability have been working collaboratively with MST to advance nation-led projects to develop Jericho lands and Heatherlands. Real estate, environment, and facilities management participating in Musqueam Creek Working Group to improve water quality. The Vancouver Park Board led community engagements, supported Indigenous artists and residents projects. And the Vancouver Public Library passed the UNDRIP Action Plan and also coordinated an arts call for MST Indigenous with an MST Indigenous jury. I would like to thank the Indigenous Relations team as well as all of our colleagues across the city. We are proud of the commitment of our colleagues and the work, large and small, and that all teams that have been involved to advance reconciliation at the city. The next part of our progress is we'd like to report on the progress of the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit Plus response updates. I would like to note that this work has been led by Rachel Watney on the team with great pride and distinction. We're happy to provide this update on the progress of our MMIWG response. The report you will see in Appendix D summarizes our path to initiating the city's MMIWG 2S Plus response, as well as the progress since the last council report in 2022. It includes a summary of key events that led to the creation of the response report and showcases the progress since the endorsement of the report by council in June of 2022. We also highlighted a new internal reporting template co-developed by the city staff and the MMIWG 2S Plus response community leaders and advocates with lived experience and strong community connections. Senior city staff engaged in the city's MMIWG 2S Plus directors table and identified 150 recommendations from the National Inquiry and Red Woman Rising report that are relevant to the work. Our community advisory has been working with us to review the city's work in this area and help us to define and understand outcomes and priorities. Recommendations from the advisory have also been incorporated into our work on developing a citywide urban Indigenous engagement framework, as well as numerous other city projects and initiatives. Some of the background of the work is colonialism still affects Indigenous women and Two-Spirit people disproportionately. The community response and the rise of advocacy prompted the first march in 1992. Forsaken, the Missing Women Commission of Inquiry, investigated the way agencies responded to MMIWG 2S+ cases, and the call for national inquiry into MMIWG 2S in 2016 was initiated in Vancouver. How the City of Vancouver responded between 2019 and 2023 is the city hired a planner to begin research and working closely with the sex worker safety planners. Community action and support continued during COVID-19. The city brought together the MMIWG 2S+ advisory and city departments in 2021, identifying the 150 recommendations for city actions. City Council unanimously approved the MMIWG 2S response report in 2022, and the MMIWG 2S work was integrated into the Indigenous Relations Department and UNDRIP strategy in 2023. The city is currently moving forward on a number of actions related to our MMIWG 2S+ response for the recommendation of the advisory committee. We have provided a few examples here as we work on a more comprehensive report to be completed next year for 2026. Some key actions included the Sowist Centre, a 10-year lease in partnership with Aboriginal Land Trust, creates healing spaces with a strong focus on gender safety and culturally grounded support for Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQIA+ peoples. The UNDRIP Action Group number 2 on the creation of the Urban Indigenous Engagement Framework has included the MMIWG 2S response report recommendations on engagement within the engagement strategy and methodology. And we have been supporting MMIWG 2S events by helping event coordinators navigate city systems and processes and speaking at events. In 2021 and 2022, the city had dedicated funds through ACCS to support MMIWG 2S awareness and honoring events. We have been adding the reconciliation competencies to the city staff performance reviews has been key, as well as updating the honorarium policy to enable respectful recognition of Indigenous knowledge keepers. Moving forward, we continue to act on a missing person protocol for MMIWG 2S in partnership with VPL, Parks, provincial government, and VPD. The city, in collaboration with VPD, ran a pilot on May 27th, 2025 of this year, internally for a missing person, reaching out to the departments who have frontline security and parking staff to help look for the individual. Developing an internal reporting tool to track the progress and outcomes is key in supporting this work moving forward.
Thank you, Michelle. Moving forward, staff from our 4 partners continue to work collaboratively within their action groups to implement the deliverables they are assigned and further develop and cement these partnerships and relationships. Elected officials and senior staff will also continue to meet regularly to oversee, to guide, and support the ongoing work. We are extremely excited to continue to see the benefits of the new and strengthened relationships, as well as to continue to enhance the ability to engage with urban Indigenous community members in an approach grounded in right relations with local First Nations and respect for the diverse Indigenous folks who now reside in Vancouver.
Thanks, Arthur. I'm just going to close us up today before we move into questions and just, I think, really acknowledge the fact that the way everybody involved in the task force approaches this work, for me, it's truly humbling. There is a sense of mutual respect, a very collaborative spirit around the table. And I think it's laying the foundation for sustainable progress in relationships. And this truly is relationship-based work. I have personally appreciated the opportunity to ask questions that might seem not yet informed or educated. And I think I've really appreciated the opportunity to do that. We are all continuing to learn, as I know my fellow city councilors will also note around the table. The ability for us to maintain flexibility and to maintain the trust will continue to be critical to the work. I think trust is the most important asset that we have in progressing forward on this journey, particularly in the times of change and uncertainty in which we find ourselves. So I do want to say that the whole task force is very deeply committed to being change leaders and innovating, and we believe deeply that our work together will have positive impacts, not just for MST, but for all of Vancouver residents, and is work that we can all be proud of. So thank you for the opportunity for us to present this to you today.
And thank you. Sorry.
Ichwa, Haitsepka, Councillor Dennis Thomas from the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. I just really wanted to end in a cultural way, just by cultural teaching and just really honoring each and every one of you for the relationships that we have established over the decades here, and more primarily within the last number of years, especially with the implementation and adoption of UNDRIP. We often think about it, about being in a canoe. And the three nations here, we all paddle together. But we also have seats for other governments and relations. And you are that fourth seat in this canoe. The other seats can be reflective of our steering committee, our UNDRIP Task Force, and our task committee. But then there's also more seats for our broader community and the future generations. And today is an example of that stage in our canoe journey. We helped build the canoe together. We made it with equilibrium. It's balanced. We made our paddles together. We are on our fourth step of this journey, where we're inviting our broader citizens of Vancouver, our nation members, and our citizens of the three nations. But also, when we get to the fifth and sixth and seventh journey, it's going to have that larger and deeper impact to be good examples for Canada, Turtle Island, but also globally, because we are leading this globally. So just really wanted to share our heartfelt thank yous and gestures for this journey that we've been on together for the last number of years. So Haitsepka, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And just by way of being really clear about who we have in the room, for anyone listening online, just my sincere gratitude and welcome to all who presented today, Councillor Dennis Thomas Wannick and Councillor Charlene Alec from the Tsleil-Waututh. Thank you for being here. Also, Councillor Kim Gurin from Musqueam. Thank you very much, newly elected. So congratulations, and happy to have you in Chambers first time. Excellent. And then, of course, Arthur Macapagal. I'm sorry, I always give that one a go. So nice to see you, and thank you for being here on behalf of Chairperson Gilsalem from Squamish. And then, of course, the leadership from Michelle, Bryant Gravel. Thank you, Senior Director of Indigenous Relations here at the City of Vancouver, and co-chairs Councillor Kirby Young. So with that, we're going to open it up to questions. So I'm going to start with Councillor Pete Fry.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody, for joining us and presenting today. I have many comments, but I have some questions too, so I'll just stick to questions. I guess at the top, what is the capacity? This is a lot of work, and often I've heard from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh variously that sometimes we pile on a lot of work, and the capacity for your individual nations may be limited to do a lot of this work. Do you have the capacity for this work? Is there more resourcing that's necessary, or are we overloading? Is that at all a consideration when we talk about not just this, but on the whole?
Thank you, Councillor Fry, for that question. It's a very important question because you see, as the nations pile on all of this Indigenous knowledge output with the city and regarding, the Truth and Reconciliation, it has been an ongoing buildup of requests for each of the nation to participate, to speak, to add their truth to a lot of organizations within the city. We found that this file implementing UNDRIP as MST so important that yes, we've opened that gate and made way that each of the nations can build up their staff and their capacity. By numbers, yeah, a lot of our nations, well, speaking from Tsleil-Waututh's point of view, our numbers are low in capacity, but we've built that up and we've built that on and opened that gate in order for us to do this cherished work.
Thank you for that. I know that it is a lot of work, and we, with all the best intentions, often pile that work on because we want to respect the work that we're doing collectively. But sometimes I worry that we're not recognizing the capacity of individual organizations and people. So thank you for that.
I just want to add, I was in conversation this morning about how some things are quite speedy to get through, you know, like the low-hanging fruit, we can get that done quickly. But I said, I feel like the slower that we go and we add on to our capacity, the further we're going to get, because we're building that foundational step for all of the nations and the city in order to build upon that. So I feel like I'm not saying, you know, we're pursuing it in a slow rate, but I feel like the slower we go and we add on and we make sure that everything foundationally is there, the further we're going to get with this action, these actions.
Thank you. And sort of expanding upon this, and this might be more of a question for Michelle, and certainly back in 2019, the emergency motion we brought to UBCM for murdered missing Indigenous women and girls in Two-Spirit, we heard from other local governments, they didn't necessarily have the capacity to do this kind of work, and my hands go up to you and your team for the work that you do, because it is something that is perhaps beyond the scope of smaller governments. And I know that, you know, when we look at even Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, you know, traverse these sort of colonial constructs of cities that we have. How are we sharing the knowledge and the work with our neighbors in Metro Vancouver and abroad?
Yeah, so thanks for the question. Myself and my office do get frequent calls from other municipalities, other organizations, and other agencies on how we are doing this work, and from smaller communities as well. And we share our work, but it's always grounded in relationships. Like you've heard it throughout the presentation, and from the start of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh interactions with the city pre-2010 Olympics. It's taken that long to build the relationships. So while it's great that organizations are thinking about wanting to do this work, it's not a one-size-fits-all, and that's the communication that we put out is you need to build the relationship first and build that level of trust in order to build the canoe that Dennis was talking about so that we can paddle together. But for smaller communities that have reached out, it's really a matter of scale. You know, the City of Vancouver doesn't get any extra money to do this work. We integrate the work, which has been key to our success, is that integration across all city departments. Everyone has a responsibility and accountability to deliver reconciliation, because it's not just up to the Indigenous staff to do it. We guide the work, we strategize the work, and we help lay out the processes. But it's up to everyone to do that work. And so for smaller communities, what I've shared with them is figure out where you want to start, build the relationship, and then find the resources within your organization to start building that road forward and that path and that journey on reconciliation. So it is possible. You just have to figure out what works for the communities that you're working with.
I have a follow-up, but I'm out of time, and I'm wondering if somebody might move for a second round, but thanks, Michelle.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I call second round of questions?
Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that passes.
Hey,
Thank you,
thanks.
Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I just, I chair this task force. I understand how much work the task force has been doing, and I really appreciate all the members and also the support from the city and also from our nations to support this very important works. My question is, as I always ask, so I think for our cultural communities, they are still not very well educated regarding the truth and reconciliation initiatives, and this video is amazing. It's very important education materials. So I think my question is, how do we reach out to those cultural community in the language that they can understand, including this video, including all those important informations, so that we can advance this truth and reconciliation initiative together with them.
Yeah, for sure. And we've heard that loud and clear, Councillor Zhou, and we're in discussions with the CEC department, communications department, on how we can make sure that the messages that we deliver on our reconciliation activities are accessible to other communities as well. So I think that's just in observation state. Angela, do you have another answer to that, or is that, no, that's good.
Okay, for this video, can we also translate to the different languages, even with the subtitle? I think it's very important education material for the video.
I'll invite Angela from CEC to answer that one.
Thanks, Angela.
Hi, Angela McKenzie, Associate Director, CEC. Yeah, we can definitely look into the translated materials as well as a way to communicate further and to reach a greater audience, for sure.
Yeah, so other than this material, the videos, everything, if we can do some community engagement with our cultural community, that's even better, because only very limited number of people can see the video, right? So we need to do more in the community, let them know that.
We do have a social campaign that surrounds that as well. We do media releases as well to reach a further audience. And we've also made all the videos and materials available to the nations so they can also amplify, and we will amplify their social posts as well. So that's another way to
Okay, thanks. That's all my question. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zhou. Over to Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you to everyone involved in the UNDRIP Task Force, from the nations here today, the elected representatives and staff. I know I can speak for all of council that we're very supportive of continuing this work. There's also a lot of really good information in this report as well. So I had a few questions around some specifics. It might be engineering related potentially, but so just a heads up on that. The first were around the tiny shelters pilot project. I noted that on page 48. I was curious as to how long people are typically staying there. And what are the residents of the shelters reporting? Are there any opportunities for improvement? What's working, what's not working?
Yeah, we have Z online from engineering to answer that question for you.
Thanks, Michelle.
Hi, everyone. I'm Z Kong from Associate Director for Engineering Strategy and Standards. I'll actually have to take that question back, and hopefully I'll get an answer to you guys shortly.
Okay, no worries. Happy to receive that information by email. Other question was around Main and Hastings crosswalk planning. I understand that we're going to be developing an indigenous design for the crosswalk at Main and Hastings. So just wondering the timing on that, what that process looks like. And then also around LPIs. Is that one of the intersections that we have the leading pedestrian intervals at? I would like to that information, possibly from engineering again.
Yes, that would be Z as well.
Yes, that would be my end as well. Sorry, I have to get that question answer to after this, because I'll have to connect with other branches as well.
Okay. Are you aware if there's any LPIs at that intersection?
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that, but I'll find that answer for you.
Thank you so much. You can tell I read the whole report, so thanks very much for the answers, and I'll wait the information. That's it for me.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner. I just have a couple questions myself, and then Councillor Fry, if you're interested in a second round. So thank you very much for this work. And I just had a couple of questions. One related to the action item, the follow-up report for the MMIWG2S calls for justice, an update that's identified as a report coming back to council. I think it's June of next year. Will that be a separate report similar to what we received in 2022, June of 2022? just wanting to get a sense of the format. Oh, hello. Good morning.
Good morning. Rachel Watini, Senior Manager, Urban Indigenous Relations. So if there is recommendations for the missing person protocol, then for sure it will come back with, otherwise it will be an appendix to the UNDRIP report.
Okay, and is that part of the terms of reference as the UNDRIP work has evolved, that the work, the missing persons and protocol work is as part of that work? Because I seem to remember it being separate, but I know these two reports and considerations have been happening sort of collaboratively and also co-occurring over the years. So I just want to get a framing for how we can expect to get updates on these reports going forward.
Yes, great question. So last year we looked at all of the different reports that were coming to council, and previous to there being an Indigenous Relations Department, they were kind of everywhere. So now we're consolidating our reporting methods, and so they will be include the UNDRIP progress report, the reconciliation report for items that fall outside of the UNDRIP work, and the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls report will all be presented at the same time. And if should there be recommendations from any of those reports, those will be presented in our annual reporting.
Okay, okay. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for the clarity on that. I have one other follow-up, and it's more related to sort of provincial-wide here in BC, but also nationally. There's a lot of discussion happening around what Vancouver is doing with UNDRIP in terms of from its inception around the task force to how we are lifting up this work as a city. And I know there are other big cities and also medium cities that would like to be doing a lot more. And of course, we've just come off of FCM's annual conference, but also UBCM's coming up in September. And as a resource, as a toolkit, as perhaps an opportunity to access grant programs in order to support other levels of government, but particularly local governments across the country in helping them take some actions towards implementing UNDRIP, because I think the appetite is there. It's just a little bit of don't know where to begin. Do you have an idea in your mind as we look forward how we can be showing that leadership across the province and the country in the coming years?
Absolutely. So I've been in discussions with staff from MER at the province, as well as Housing and Municipal Affairs, and we're looking at putting in a joint proposal to do a presentation to UBCM for work that we're doing here at the City of Vancouver, but also asking other local municipalities, like medium and small level, and possibly a regional district, to join in with us on that presentation to see the different levels. Vancouver, we're further along than most municipalities in this work, but we're trying to create a place where all municipalities can see themselves in the different levels depending on where they are. So that, meet them where they're at approach, but showing how they could eventually get to where City of Vancouver is.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. I look forward to seeing that at UBCM, hopefully. Any support that council can offer, I think, would be really useful. So, okay, that's all from me for now. Thank you very much. Councillor Fry, you're on per second round.
Yeah, thank you. So we haven't talked a lot about the urban Indigenous engagement piece, and it does mention 5 meetings and stuff. And I've also been hearing that there's concerns around funding cuts to some of the, not just from the city, but from the province to really vital services. Is that on the radar and it kind of work that you're looking at as far as, and I do appreciate Councillor Meisner bringing up the tiny home pilot, and and I know for instance, like the city of Duncan, they're really doing a lot of really great work with local Indigenous people and tiny home shelters as a solution. How is the urban Indigenous engagement going with this capacity?
Yeah, so one of the important pieces that I mentioned in my talk about that framework is, and even though it was this year's work, we included it this year with the Downtown East Side housing pilot to pilot the actual framework. And really, it's Rachel and I are working with different departments at the city to ensure that anytime that a city strategy goes out to public engagement, if there's an opportunity to do a separate urban Indigenous engagement, we do that. And also supporting city staff to integrate the feedback they've received from both the nations as well as urban Indigenous on those top priorities where Indigenous voice has historically been left out. We're at the early stages of that right now. We definitely have heard from organizations who have lost funding, and it's, to the most critical and needy people in the city, that it's going to be problematic and it's going to create a lot of problems. We don't have the solutions to that except more funding, or to advocate for more funding for those necessary programs, but it is something that is on our radar, and we're ensuring that what we can do from a staff side in terms of ensuring Indigenous voices are heard and their feedback is integrated, and the learnings that we're continually receiving along this UNDRIP journey get integrated into those projects and strategies.
So given that the city's doing consultation on a significant upzoning of the downtown east side, and we know that there's a high proportion of Indigenous people, in particular urban Indigenous people, living rough in the downtown east side, is there a sense of urgency to bring that into that work? Is that being considered in the work that's coming forward on the downtown east side planning that's coming to us by the end of this year?
We have been talking to the planning department. I'm not sure if someone from the planning department wants to talk a little bit more about it, but that's one of the ways that we're trying to integrate the work. An engagement wasn't planned for the downtown east side housing strategy with the urban Indigenous peoples. However, because of Rachel's communication with them and the importance of it, based on what we heard from the urban Indigenous community, it was built in. You want to add anything?
Hi, Annie Mobiles, Assistant Director, Housing Policy and Regulation. Just echoing what Michelle's already shared, there was quite a number of engagement opportunities as part of the Downtown East Side housing policy work. And I believe that the housing group also participated in one of the community engagement sessions in the fall, not specific to the Downtown East Side policy work, but certainly we did have urban Indigenous members participate so far in the engagement processes, but there was nothing specific. So that might be something that we could take away. But I believe the engagement for the Downtown East Side policy work is completed now. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'm pretty much out of time, so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, those are all the questions. Thank you very much. So we will now hear from our registered speaker. We have one registered speaker to this item today, and that speaker is Sarah McLeod.
Sorry, 1 second. 11:11. Woo.
Hi, thank you, Council, and thank you to the city staff and everyone who's here who presented. I raise my hands to your leadership, your knowledge sharing, your stewardship. I am so grateful for all of it, and I'm really thankful. I'm a little bit behind on my reading, so I'm still learning, and so when it comes to the specific UNDRIP policies, I'm not all the way through that reading, but I wanted to focus my points on the Appendix D, which is the missing, murdered Indigenous women and girls parts of this presentation. And out of like the 231 calls for justice, I was pleased to find out in the presentation, because I was kind of doing my own looking through it to see what would apply, that 150 calls for justice could be met by municipal governments. I thought it was around 180. So I guess I have a question if for clarity, by reading the report, it mentioned that 38 recommendations were based on that report. So I'm kind of just like wondering why 38 as opposed to 150 or 180 of not optional recommendations but legal imperatives asked for in that report. So that's just a question. I don't know, maybe I didn't understand it. Maybe the 38 recommendations like maybe one recommendation included you know 6 calls for justice. I'm not sure, but it felt like there was a gap there. And I just want to make sure that the city is leading, not just the city, I mean, everyone here, it's all of our individual responsibility to make sure that these calls for justice are recognized and taken action on. I know just my personal experience and my journey with reconciliation, which has only really been like the past year and a half. It was through my place of spirituality, my church, the churches in my community, basically. And I know that they identified 90 at one church calls for justice and over 100 at another. So I just think that 38, if it is that, like I said, I'm not sure how those 38 recommendations from that report line up with the 180, but I'm hoping and asking that we can keep moving forward there. Maybe it was just 38 we're doing right now, and there's like going to be more work done in the future. But I think it's important to make sure everyone's aware of all of those calls for justice. And maybe that's part of the communicating with just even the public, because I really do believe, even though it's 180 for municipal governments, like maybe 100 for churches that are recognizing, I think all of us individually should be acting on all 231 justice, like all of them. It just, as me individually asking you here to do it, ask as you as municipalities can talk to the federal government.
Sarah, that's your time.
And yeah, okay. So thank you. That's where I'd like to see more progress or just more clarity about if that's a plan in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here to speak to this report. That does bring us to the end of the speakers list. And I see, Councillor Fry, you are on the queue.
Yeah, happy to move the recommendations and report.
Thank you, Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Zhou. And
And some comments that I had. And first, thank you for being here. Thank you for speaking your truths, and thank you, staff, for all the work that ongoing. A couple of takeaways that I do have. You know, I do think that there is opportunity to expand this work. I was looking kind of through what Metro Vancouver does, to my earlier point around the colonial boundaries and how Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh transcend just the city of Vancouver. And I saw such little work coming from Metro Vancouver in this capacity, and thought, that's a real missed opportunity. And I would love to see that going forward. I don't know if that's a direction that some of my colleagues who are in Metro Vancouver, I am not, but on the Metro Vancouver board, I would love to see more advancement in that work. I think that's, and that's an opportunity for us to share some of the work that we've done here, maybe perhaps with Metro. I mean, I have to name, you know, since we first brought forward recommendations and ongoing about murdered and missing Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirits, you know, and even in 2022, when we had affirmed our commitment as a council, since that time, Noelle O'Soup, Tatchan Harrison, Chelsea Poorman, and I feel that is a piece that we could work with more intention and more urgency. And had I more time, I would have liked to ask a little bit more from Rachel on how we could maybe further support the importance of that work with and if there are any barriers that we could move aside to get that. And then the other big piece for me is the urgency around the downtown east side and what is coming with the big planning changes that are being contemplated. And I would hate to contemplate that we're missing an important voice in that. So again, I think that there's some more intention that we could do as a city, especially when we're contemplating significant changes in an area that has obviously some of the most disadvantaged people in our city, but also a high proportion of Indigenous identifying people. So, but with that kind of like glumness out of the way, I do want to reflect too that we were in Ottawa for Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and Councillor Maloney and I took a visit over to Gatineau to the Musée de Canadien de l'Histoire, and I can tell you, going in there for the first time in my life to the Grand Hall and seeing the representation of Indigenous people from this part of the world where I live made me very proud. Made me very proud of the work we're doing and where I come from. So, yeah, and I just think that this is historic work. It's important work, and happy to be taking that journey with you. And thank you for the work that went into this.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo those same sentiments and hands up and HCAM for all the work. And I know it's difficult. We talked about capacity. We talked about the downtown east side and all those things. And same in Ottawa. I went to an opening at the gallery and we had Lawrence Paul, Yaxwa-Lepton from here. And at the opening, it was just such an honor there to be there as well to represent this city. And just wanted to say, it's great to be in the canoe with you and have a seat at that. And obviously I'm new, so it's just a real honor. And, I just learned about all the work. We were just briefed just recently on all the work that Michelle's doing and, just hands up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney.
I also just briefly wanted to thank you very much for coming and educating us today about this work and your contributions to it, and to staff for your excellent work as well. Thanks to Councillor Fry for your thoughtful questions about the impact on urban Indigenous people of the work, some of the work that's been done on the downtown east side, and I'm certainly very, very conscious of our responsibilities to urban Indigenous people and looking after First Nations people, especially in respect to housing in the city. So thank you again for coming.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Maloney. And I will just offer some closing remarks. And just to say that, this is an important annual report that we'll be receiving ongoing, and it's a good way to track the progress towards reconciliation. And what we can see and experiencing as my time on the task force previously was that this work is rooted in relationships. So I look forward to sharing a meal after this item today, and just how important it is that in those partnerships, good partners are honest with one another. We hold each other accountable, and we make sure that the dialogue is open and transparent. And so while this work comes in council today in a pretty formal way, my experience in being in the task force is that the conversations are incredibly real and progressive in terms of the importance of this work. And a lot of learning happens around the table in my experience. So I did step away when I took on the role of president of FCM, but I can say that I'm very proud that this work is advancing nationally in my experience so far. Reconciliation is at the top of all of our agendas at the Federation because of how important this work is when it comes to nation building. And so through FCM, we're supporting local governments across the country to engage meaningfully. And I'm incredibly proud as that representative that Vancouver is often referenced to the city that's really leading the country in this work. And we still have so much more work to do and further to go together. But that really is a piece that maybe is not always heard right here in Vancouver, and we just do the work that we know is the right thing to do. Meanwhile, the whole country is watching saying, wow, that's amazing. How can we learn from Vancouver in this work and the partnerships with the First Nations here at home? So, again, thank you so much to the task force members, the staff,
and the continued engagement and leadership from everyone who's here today and who you represent in your home communities, Musqueam Band, Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and Squamish Nation. And I look forward to continuing that work, both in these chambers, but mostly offline in the conversations we have. And so I'll leave that there. Thank you. We'll go to the vote. Council, if you could please register your vote on the panel. Well, fair enough. Co-chair, yes. Councillor Kirby-Young from the gallery. We have noted you're in favor. And those recommendations pass with unanimous support. So again, Heijka, thank you very much. And so we will recess now for lunch. We will come back post in camera at 2 p.m. today, not 3 p.m. At 2 p.m. We'll be back in chambers. Thank you.
Hey, Julie, can you hear me? Hey, Julie, can you hear me on the in the chamber? I can't hear you right now. What? I'm just trying to hear Julie. I can't hear her. Got that off. Got that off. Oh, wait, do we have to unmute that? Julie, can you hear me now? I don't hear you, Julie. There's nothing. Fine. That's unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Julie. Okay, perfect. Can you hear me?
Okay. I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. See it too.
reconvening from our morning session. So before we begin this agenda item, if anyone, sorry, the agenda item we're on is Development Approval Procedure Bylaw. This is item 2 on the agenda. So before we begin, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Seeing none, this item has a team member presentation. We have team members also here to present the item, and I will now hand it over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Hello, Deputy Mayor and Council. My name is Leisha Desjardins from the Policy, Regulations and Process Branch in Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability. We'd like to introduce the Development Approval Procedure Bylaw, the DAP Bylaw. We'll cover the context behind this new bylaw, our current state for development procedures, the jurisdictional scan that informed our work, and key contents of DAP and our next steps. But first, some background. On April 25th, 2024, the provincial government enacted Bill 18, the Vancouver Charter Amendment Act, number 2. This legislation amends the Vancouver Charter to better align with the rules and authorities governing other BC municipalities under the Local Government Act. Bill 18 achieves a number of different things, some that we've already brought to you, and other things like the adoption of the citywide ODP is yet to come. This report and presentation focuses on the requirements to create a new Development Approval Procedure Bylaw, or DAP. So what are development approval procedures? It's broadly defined. Bill 18 requires Council to define, through bylaw, procedures for applying to amend an official development plan, zoning bylaw, and development permits. Generally speaking, development approval procedures are to provide clarity and predictability for processing applications. To inform the new DAP bylaw, a jurisdictional scan was completed. Procedures from other municipalities ranged widely in content and level of detail. Most had a single procedure bylaw for all of the development processes. And unlike Vancouver, a lot of their processes are concurrent or overlap. Through analysis, we excluded development permit procedures from this bylaw, as existing DP procedures are already documented within Section 4 of the Zoning and Development Bylaw. These existing DP procedures do satisfy the new charter requirement. So therefore, the DAP bylaw will only define rezoning and ODP amendment application procedures. Staff and applicant procedures and guidance are already well documented, and most of this bylaw will formalize existing practices. The objectives of the DAP bylaw are to conform to provincial legislation, reflect and reinforce our current rezoning procedures, support clearer and more efficient processing, instill accountability and expectations for the public, staff, and applicants, and create the foundation for later updates to align with the interim ODP and other procedural improvements. We want to acknowledge that the name of the bylaw, DAP, is not perfect since it excludes development permits, but it does reflect the name given to it in the charter. So now let's focus on the contents of DAP. It is intended to support our existing processes and authorities. We want it to be specific and limited enough to be helpful for processing clarity. And contents includes things like definitions, staff and applicant responsibilities, the processes for inquiries, applications, and ODP amendments, public engagement, and council authority, although there are a few highlights. Rezoning inquiry submissions will be required for applications that are inconsistent with policy and/or not consistent with an ODP. Rezoning inquiries and applications may be cancelled after 6 months after they are deemed inactive or incomplete. Applicants may apply to modify the conditions of approval after public hearing if it's limited in scope. And some of these procedures are at the discretion of the Director of Planning upon the recommendation of staff. Staff are recommending Council approve the DAP bylaw so that the City can meet the requirements of the provincial legislation, and further updates to the bylaw will be phased to accommodate related system changes. We expect at least one future update to align with the interim citywide ODP, and there are potential to integrate the DP procedures in the future, but that is yet to be determined. These system changes will take time, and we do require some additional research before implementing other segments into the DAP. Council and industry will be apprised of these changes as they emerge. Staff are available to take questions, and thank you for your time.
And thank you very much. Council, you do have 5 minutes to ask questions of staff. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for the update on these changes as a result of Bill 19 or 18? Bill 18, right? Thank you. I just had a question around some of the ODP changes and public hearings. So in the council document, it said rezonings with less than 50% of residential but are ODP compliant can be referred to a public hearing or council meeting. I'm just wondering whose discretion is that decision at? Is that council's discretion as to which meeting?
It is, and that's probably the most interesting part of the new change to our process. We're interpreting it as precisely as it was written in the charter. So we'll be bringing items to council at referral, and you can choose to refer them to a future council meeting or to a future public hearing at your discretion.
Okay. And what would be some of the factors that council should take into consideration when making a decision like that?
Yeah, it depends on whether...
Answer, I imagine, but...
Yeah, it's whatever form you feel is most appropriate. A public hearing is best for having people sign up and speak directly to you. And so if you feel that the application needs that level of scrutiny and public attention and on it, then I think a public hearing would be appropriate in that context.
Okay.
Yeah.
So council would need to, I'm just thinking in terms of process, would someone need to move a motion to refer it to, say, a public hearing over a future council meeting?
We'll work with council, city clerks to develop the exact procedure around it, but I imagine there's some kind of vote that would take place on whether to refer it to a public hearing or council. We can sort that out. We'll probably see the first one in about a year's time.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then my other question was around applications that are not consistent with policy. I see that they will be required to submit an inquiry, and that got me thinking about the PEP process. And I know we heard a lot from home builders that it was really onerous and slow, and it slowed down projects. So I'm just wondering, maybe from our GM of planning, as to what's envisioned for this new inquiry process, especially around speed, as we're all concerned about delivering housing
You bet.
as soon as possible.
I'll defer to him.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. So I think from PEP, we did learn quite a bit about what worked and what didn't work, and how to review those kinds of applications. I think what we've generally found is there is value in some formal touch point with staff to understand the project, to understand the issues, the opportunities, the areas that we need to pay more attention at during the rezoning application stage. And that actually results in a cleaner, more streamlined rezoning process before it comes to council. What we have developed as well are new streams of inquiry, so it's not just one size fits all. We've got more simplified inquiry streams, and those will be rolled out over this calendar year as well.
Okay, but my central question is this going to be faster than the previous PEP process?
Yes.
Okay, significantly faster?
Well, I think the previous PEP process was only about 2 years in the effort as well. And what we found was a whole range of inquiries that came in. Some were actually fairly quick and went through in about 12 weeks, which was pretty standard at the time, and others did take longer. I think generally what we're looking for from our rezoning inquiry streams are options of inquiry where we can have a workshop or a meeting to talk about it and explore what that application looks like. And if an applicant wants to dig into more detail and spend more time, then they'll have the opportunity to take that path as well.
Okay.
So a bit more of a choice of path option.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And what about these applications that are consistent with policy? They'll go through this inquiry process. They might pick one of those streams. Are they still going to come to council if that's what the applicant desires? Does anything change there?
No, nothing changes there. So effectively, if an applicant wishes to submit, whether it's consistent with policy or not, staff will process that and bring that forward to council for decision. And that's partly what the staff bylaw says as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Maloney.
I'm interested in the effect on tenant protections. So the rezoning notification to tenants is required, but what specific measures are being taken to protect tenants from eviction and displacement as a result of rezonings?
Specific to this procedure, the only requirement through the bylaw is an existing practice, formalizing an existing practice, which would be to notify tenants before an application is received. We have requirements through the rezoning pre-application stage that staff from housing connect with the applicant and make sure the applicant is doing the right steps to notify existing tenants. So that procedure has not changed. Per our regular public notice and public consultation practices also haven't changed, so that requires all tenants in the building, of course, to be notified via postcard in the 2-block radius, everyone there. Yeah, no change really.
And we also had some correspondence from someone that's concerned that we're going ahead with this before the provincial legislation comes into effect. Could you speak to that, please?
This is in preparation for the provincial legislation. It needs to be in place before a certain aspect of Bill 18 is in place, but we definitely need it in place by the time the citywide intern ODP arrives next year.
Great, thanks very much.
Councillor Maloney, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for the update in the presentation. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the detail that was offered in the report and the pathways going forward. But I'm curious, I've also received numerous pieces of correspondence around the issue of provincial oversight, I would say, and engagement on public hearings. And I think there's a sense from the public that we're removing an opportunity for the public to engage when it comes to land use in the city. I've similarly heard similar concerns coming from other colleagues in other jurisdictions. It would be helpful if you could reiterate that what is driving this. My understanding is not driven by the city, but it's actually driven by provincial legislation. But could you comment on that a little bit further?
Correct. It's definitely coming from the provincial legislation. I noticed that there is also some misunderstandings out there online, and we'd like to address that as well. The provincial legislation does not decrease opportunities for public participation. And in this case, it's important to distinguish between the difference between public notice and public consultation. So public notice is required by the Vancouver Charter, which consists of newspaper ads. These are published once a week for 2 consecutive weeks prior to the meeting. This includes council and this includes public hearings. So it will apply for the new process for ones going to council. There's also the city's public notice bylaw, which further defines notice to include online newspaper ads, electronic versions of newspapers, essentially. And this describes how notice must be published on the city's website as well, at least 7 days prior. So that hasn't changed. And there's no modification to that public notice portion dictated by the charter and in that public notice bylaw. Then there's also public consultation, which consists of posting information about an application on a web page, sending out postcards in a 2-block radius approximately, possible in-person or virtual open houses, online comment forums, and any other method. The Charter does not define public consultation in this way, but these are instead standard practices that rezoning has adopted to ensure the public is aware of the application and they can submit their comments about the application during the process. This is also not changing. We are only documenting the various methods that staff use right now in consultation within the DAP bylaw. So all told, the DAP bylaw does not seek to change any public notice or consultation requirements, only document them for transparency. And I want to add that there's also no changes proposed to the existing development permit notification process. So the DP process to follow rezoning has not changed. That includes standard practices for site signs and postcard notifications, online comment form, very similar to what they have for rezoning. So.
That's super helpful. I appreciate you clarifying that. And I guess the last question I have is for members of the public who may have concerns about these changes. Effectively, the Vancouver plan underwent several years of engagement, and we're going to have an interim ODP and then a final ODP. But effectively, that ODP was informed by Vancouverites over a number of years. Is that correct?
Exactly. And any future change to the ODP will require public consultation at a much larger scale than an individual rezoning application could provide. This stage included extensive public engagement to ensure representation and participation within the community. However, consultation with 4 individual rezoning applications is limited by time, budget, and staff capacity. So I encourage anyone who wants to participate in city building, community building, engage at the ODP amendment stage.
Thank you. That's all my questions, Chair.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. That does bring us to the end of the speakers list or the questions queue. So we'll now move to hear from registered speakers for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition and may only speak once. And our only registered speaker, Speaker 1, Speaker 2 have both withdrawn. Speaker 3 is Randy Hilton, President of City Hall Watch.
Chair, speaker is not on the line.
Okay. And Okay, with sufficient notice, we're comfortable proceeding. So I'll be asking if there is somebody who would be willing to move the recommendations, please.
So moved.
Was that a move or second? Okay,
I'm
moved by Councillor
trying to
Kirby-Young,
move.
seconded by Councillor Dominato. Any discussion? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm just, I do appreciate the work that's gone into us crafting our response. I'm going to abstain on this vote, not because I don't appreciate the work that you've done, but I think fundamentally, Bill 18, in prohibiting public hearings, I think does a disservice to what our role as local government could be or should be, and that is the option to consider it, being that it's prohibited explicitly, I think does leave potential gaps, and I can't anticipate any particular ones right now, but for instance, things that aren't captured necessarily in the ODP, like tenant protections, TRPP type policy, should those change in an application, I think it is important to have the opportunity to consider it. And because the Bill 18 does not allow us to consider it, but outright prohibits it, I do find that troubling. So I support your work, and I think this is the right approach, but I am going to abstain on this vote. So thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we can move straight to a vote on this item. And that motion passes with 1 in opposition. Councillor Orr. And that completes this item. So thank you very much, staff. We will now move to item 3 on the agenda. Item 3 is the renewal of lease agreement with the Roman Catholic Archbishop of Vancouver for the portion of lanes adjacent to 3078 Renfrew Street, 2953 East 15th Avenue, and 3025 Nooka Street. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Seeing none, this item does not have a team member presentation. It was held by a councillor that I could just ask. Yes, Councillor Maloney, thank you very much. So you have 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks for coming. I just wanted to ask, are other organisations also being offered a below market rate? What type of organisations?
More than likely, but I have to reconfirm and get back to you on that. I don't have that at hand. So, yeah.
Are there guidelines the city has and applies to all applications, or are decisions made on a one-off basis?
I understand that it's one-off, like as they come in, they're evaluated. Staff make an appropriate decision and bring that forward to council.
Thanks, that's all my questions, thanks.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else on the queue, Councillor Maloney, would you like to move the recommendations?
Yeah, I'll move the recommendation.
Okay, and is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Meisner.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we can go to a vote. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to our staff team for being here. We'll now move to item number 4 that I believe was held by Councillor Meisner. Okay, so I'll just read the title, Councillor Meisner. Vancouver Technical Secondary School Synthetic Turf Field Construction License Agreement and Custody, Care, and Management of Land. Before we begin this item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, please declare that conflict. Seeing none, the item does not have a team member presentation. And as I mentioned, Councillor Meisner, you have 5 minutes. I'll pass it over to you.
Great, thank you. Thanks to staff for being here. I just had a few questions about turf fields. I don't know much about them. I see that this is due for replacement and that it's 17 years old. Is that a typical timeline for replacement of these turf fields?
Good afternoon, Tina Mack, Director of Planning and Park Development at the Park Board. Thank you, Councillor Meisner, for your question. This is a little older than we would typically see. It's at end of life, as we say in the report. Typically, the warranties on the surfaces, if they're well maintained, are 10, 12 years. So we've gone beyond that in this case. But the beauty of this project is we'll be providing an upgrade that includes an additional elastic layer beneath for additional cushioning. So while it's still usable, going forward, we should be able to see 12 to 15 years on these surfaces. We're hopeful.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this one lasted 17 years. We're expecting 12 to 15 years for the new one. Is that correct?
I'll say 12.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for the question.
Okay, Councillor Fry.
I'm curious about, I live near Andy Livingston Field, or Trillium Field, and often observe tiny granules of crumb rubber that are running into the drain, which I find just appallingly bad. And I'm curious what you're using for the cushion fill and if it is going to be recycled tires in this or.
So in this case, we've been looking at a number of different products over the years. In this case, it's a manufactured rubber called EPDM is their acronym for it. So it's durable, and we've worked closely with Vancouver Coastal Health actually, and looking at opportunities to make sure that it's a safe surface. And so we worked with them, and they've confirmed that it's okay. And looking at our storm systems as well, and cleaning those out to make sure the runoff of crumb rubber is less.
But so it's now, because I thought I'd heard that there was an opportunity to use some kind of coconut product.
To truth be told, thank you very much for the question, Pete Fry. There's a number of different types of infills in the industry. The most common and the historic one was recycled rubber tires. People have even used recycled rubber running shoes, cocoa fiber, mulches, and various types of manufactured product. What we've found in some of the local municipalities that have chosen more organic infills is they break down. So they're organic, it rains, it's warm here, so they compost, and so they turn into mud and organics, and the life of the surface is much shorter. So using these products, we get the longevity we need, that 12-year cycle we were talking about.
You know, I don't love it, but okay. All right. That's too bad, but okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question with respect to, I see in the report that a joint use agreement will be developed as part of this work of the renewal of the field. And two-pronged, I'm curious how the joint use has gone over the last number of years, because in the past we've had some conflict between the city, between Park Board and VSB in terms of our joint use agreements. And so I'm curious how it's gone to date and what we anticipate if any changes in that joint use agreement going forward.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. So we've had a successful, I'd say, partnership with the school board for many years on several of our shared sites on secondary schools with these synthetic turf fields. Of late, we've found that both organizations are truthfully struggling financially to figure out what is the framework going forward for the maintenance, the operation, and eventual replacement, as certainly the financial situation is not what it was in the past. But of late as well, we've set up a structured meeting with senior leadership from both the park board and the school board to work through some of those outstanding issues. So this construction license agreement is the first of the two agreements we need for this site, and we're getting quite close actually on the joint operating agreement for the Vancouver Technical Secondary School site as well. So with leadership, we anticipate coming back to you this summer, early this fall, with the terms for that agreement for your approval.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I do have one question, and I just wonder if you can recap for us, Tina, procedurally. It's always interesting to unravel kind of the governance complexity between the City of Vancouver and the Park Board, why this has to come to Council.
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor Kirby-Young. So this field is not on city land or on parkland, it's on school board land, so we need council authorization for the expenditure of the lands and the work on a property that is not ours. We've done the same for all of our joint use agreements with the school board as the council holding the title and has the authorization ability to delegate that to the park board.
Okay, but so the Park Board doesn't have the authority to enter into this agreement on its own?
Not without your delegated authority.
Okay, so it has to come here. And then we, in turn, looking at Resolution B, have to designate that it's in the care, custody, and management of the park board as a park board, an asset to be managed for the duration of the agreement.
Correct, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Yes, Ray, I had another follow-up on this, and it's more about similar agreements. And I understand that there's, with the school board, and I guess that would be Britannia, would be one of those school park kind of field scenarios. And actually, where I'm specifically looking is Kitsilano Secondary, and I understand that there's some infrastructure needs, and I know we're talking about Van Tech, but just in the larger scope of how these work, are we expecting something on Kitsilano Secondary along these lines for a renewal for the turf field?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fry, for the question. We find each of our sites where we're sharing or have sharing opportunities results in the need for a unique joint use agreement. In some cases, we're straddling, we'll have an amenity that straddles two properties, such as this is at Carrisdale, West Point Gray Secondary. At Kitsilano Secondary School, the school board built its own synthetic turf field, and we're in discussions about having the ability for city users, city permit holders through our sports field booking system to use that field. That field is coming of age, so we're having these conversations, and staff will be reporting back to our park board this summer to talk about opportunities to advance that agreement, because that field is wholly on school board land, and because it has some need for both field lights to make it usable for the community, as well as the condition of the field we're looking at right now to see what the renewal timeline would be and if it fits into our program of field build and field replacement. So more to follow.
Okay. Another one is Beaconsfield Park, which I understand is very close to Van Tech, and there have been calls from the community and from the Italian Cultural Center around a turf field on what's the current gravel field, and there's space for lights, and I know it's kind of on your radar. Does this get in the way of that? Is that coming soon? Is that something?
Yeah, thank you again for the question. So that's a plan for a future field that's in our sport field strategy. So last year, the park board approved a sport field strategy. We briefed you on it, and that's definitely a candidate site where we'd like to build a wholly new synthetic turf field. Field lights are being upgraded there this year, which will enable that. So as we get into the planning for the next capital cycle, we'll be looking at that. Our sport field strategy targets that for the next capital plan cycle after this one. What would that be, 2030 to 2031 to 2034, I think is the next one, because we have a few in the hopper, so to say. If you have a perusal of the sport field strategy, we have a schedule in there, but that's a great candidate site, lots of support for the community at Beaconsfield Park, so all depends on the capital budget timing.
But our potential approval of Van Tech does not preclude, by virtue of proximity, Beaconsfield Park.
Thank you. No, the proximity is excellent, because in the future, having a field at both Vancouver Technical Secondary School and Beaconsfield Park makes the synergy of location proximity great for tournament hosting. It's a 5-minute walk up the street from one to the other. Not as ideal as having them both in the same park, but so close.
Yeah, great. Then all we have to worry about is the crumb rubber, and then we're good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. It just occurred to me on a point of personal privilege that I do have a family member connected to Van Tech Secondary, and just out of an abundance of caution, albeit I don't believe I'm in a conflict, I will recuse myself from this vote, again, out of an abundance of caution.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. That will be noted for the record. Appreciate you raising that at this point. Okay, seeing no other questions on our queue here, I'll be looking for a move at the recommendations, please. Moved by, sorry, I missed that. Councillor Fry, the lone Councillor Fry. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Any discussion? Okay, we can go to a vote. Sorry, Councillor Maloney's. Yes, you got there just before.
Sorry, I was a bit slow.
No worries.
I just wanted to say that I will be supporting this. I think it's important that we invest in facilities in East Van, and it does sound as though it's well due for renewal, and I think it's a good thing to do. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And now we can move to a vote. And I'll just make sure that for the record, Councillor Dominato says abstain, but it's conflict. Okay, great. Thank you very much. So that motion passes.
Yes, conflict.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's been noted. Thank you. That motion passes with unanimous support. So thank you very much to the staff team for being here. And we will now complete item number 5 on our agenda, Mayor's Budget Task Force Implementation Oversight Committee Recommendations and Transmittal Report. And before we begin, I'll just be asking if there's any conflict of interest on this item, and seeing none. This item does not have a team member presentation. I believe it was held by Councillor Maloney. Over to you, Councillor, for questions, which I guess are going through the city manager for now. Okay, great. Okay, over to you. You'll just have to add your, here, I'll do it for you. There we go.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Got you on the queue.
Thanks. I wanted to just ask about recommendation 9. So is this mostly in relation to, is this entirely in relation to the work on the transition to of the governance of the park board, merging it into the city?
Thanks, Councillor. So in respect of this recommendation, that is the most significant piece of work that we have undertaken. It is a very significant opportunity for integration between city and park board operations. So we have done a lot of work to prepare for the governance transition. Again, depending on when that change is enacted by the provincial government. But that is not the only work that we've done in this area. It is by far the biggest, though. So that's why we have kind of profiled it there.
And with the pause on that work, does that, how much staff capacity does that free up for other work?
We haven't had staff solely dedicated to this. It has been staff who run different departments who've been working on these plans as part of their job. Again, at this point, we have essentially completed planning for the first phase of that integration. As council has been advised in the past, park board staff have been directed by park board not to engage in that work. So that has been a limitation. Once the governance change is effected, once that legislation has been enacted by the province, we would need to do some validation with our colleagues in park board on that plan. So that's kind of the point that we've reached now. And we're just waiting for the legislative piece to take effect.
And is any of that work able to provide benefits or synergies or cost savings now without the provincial government going ahead with that change?
It may, but it would require agreement on the part of park board, and certainly there has been no indication to this point that there's interest. And again, the park board staff have been directed not to participate in this. So at this stage, I would say no. It is contingent on the governance change.
Okay, thanks very much.
Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, thank you. I had a question in regards to an inquiry I got from a member of the public around AI chatbots, and I noticed that's included in the transmittal report. The question from the member of the public was about Shape Your City, and if we're using AI chatbots to respond to Shape Your City questions. I know that's kind of niche, but thought I should ask.
Yeah, no, thanks, Councillor. I will confirm with our team, not to my understanding. I know that we have piloted the use of AI to analyze comments submitted from the public. Obviously, in some cases, we have staff who are spending a lot of time processing and reviewing comments from the public. We've had really good initial results of using AI tools to synthesize those and provide the outputs. In terms of actually responding to queries, I'm not aware, but I'll confirm.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, my question also relates to recommendation 12. I attended a little workshop at FCM that dealt with AI, and there's a number of concerns that were raised, and they're loosely sort of grouped by literacy for staff, and as well as climate. AI uses a ton of water and energy, and how does that align with our climate goals and the Greenest City initiative? as well as workers, if there's a plan, you know, essentially for reskilling, if anybody is going to be let go because of this. And there's an equity component in terms of the inputs often are very unequal and racialized. And I was wondering if there's been anything to address that. So just to sort of oh yeah, and then I guess just to clarify more on the literacy for staff, because like, will there be training involved, and will there be like a digital plan, and will there be any like a backup plan in case, because there has been a case where large language models and AI tend to hallucinate and break down, and if there's going to be a backup plan with regards to that.
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, obviously really significant questions around the use of AI. We do have a governance framework in place around how and where we're using AI tools. We are not using, for example, ChatGPT. We are using AI tools that rely solely on city data. So the odds of hallucinations are reduced, obviously, if we control the data that is being ingested. But all those issues that you've raised, I think are certainly pieces that we are watching. I can also say that there has been, nor are we anticipating any job loss for any staff. Really where we're seeing AI is supplementing, helping employees do their jobs better and faster. Or in some cases, processing routine tasks that we can have staff focused on higher value added activities where they are in fact leveraging their expertise. So happy to follow up with you and within council in more detail around the framework that we're using to address some of these governance issues. We are moving cautiously for those reasons, and making sure that we're not, and in particular where there's any reliance on AI for actual decisions, want to make sure that it is entirely reliable. So happy to follow up with more detail on that though.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would appreciate a follow up on that for sure. What's my time at here? The only other thing that I had flagged was what does so recommendation 16 says optimize land use and transform the operational model for social housing. What is the operating model of social housing now, as what would it be transformed to?
So historically, thanks, Councillor. Historically, where the city has taken ownership of housing assets through development, so in-kind amenities, the city has then leased those to nonprofits to operate on a long-term basis. And what we've seen in recent years is limited capacity of nonprofit housing providers to take on additional operations. What we're piloting right now is actually and the other challenge we have is there's some regulatory requirements now that housing operators are required to be licensed by the province, and many housing nonprofits are not. So we are shifting to a different model of contracting for property management as opposed to leasing the property. Again, happy to follow up with more detail on that distinction. Those contracts for long-term property management do come to council for approval, but in terms of the kind of the change in that model and the experience with it to date, can definitely provide more detail.
Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Orr. That does bring us to the end of the questions queue, so we'll take us to the main queue, and I'll be looking for a mover for the recommendations, please. Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Montague. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote, please. And that motion passes with none in opposition. Hey, thank you very much, Council. I'm just getting us to the right spot in our agenda. Bear with me for just a second. Clerks, can you just guide me to where we're going next? Okay. There's a lot of referral reports in here. Okay, here we go. So we are now moving to bylaws. We have 38 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, seeing none, council members who are absent for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings, including the video clip, to be eligible to vote. Bylaws 2 to 4 were the public hearing on June 29th, 2023. Councillors Bly, Montague, and Mearson were absent for this item at the public hearing. Councillors Maloney and Orr were not on council at the time of this public hearing. First question is to Councillor Montague. Have you reviewed and will you be voting? Thank you. Councillor Maloney? Okay, Councillor Orr? And I have not and will not. Next is Bylaw 5, public hearing June 17th, 2021. Councillors Klassen, Maloney, Meisner, Montague, or Zhao. And we're not on council. Councillor Klassen is not in the meeting, so we'll go to Councillor Maloney. Councillor Meisner.
I have and I will.
Councillor Montague.
I have and I will.
Councillor Orr. Councillor Zhao. Sorry, I couldn't hear that. Okay, thank you very much. And then Bylaw 4 is subject to the approval of Bylaws 2 and 3. Therefore, we'll vote on Bylaws 2 and 3 separately. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt Bylaws 2 and 3?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Seconded by Councillor Montague. Is there any discussion, Council? All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt Bylaws 1 and 4 to 38? Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Any discussion? All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Next are notice of motions. So if there are any notices of council members' motions, please put your name on the list now, and a reminder to state the title and the date of the standing committee meeting on which you intend to bring it forward. And I have a notice of motion. I'd like to bring forward Jumpstarting Rental Housing, bold action to boost rental housing construction in tough economic times for the meeting on June 18th. Any others? Seeing, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, great. So that's all for members' motions. So we'll now go to new business. And we have one item of new business on the agenda today, requests for leaves of absence. This motion has been circulated to council at the beginning of the meeting and is available on the screen. Would someone like to move the motion? Thank you, Councillor Meisner. Can I ask for a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Fry. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yay.
I'm on the queue.
To discuss this one? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I also sent in, and it was just now, a request for leave of absence, and I wonder if I can just take the opportunity to amend this one and add that on. The clerks have it. I wonder if they could just add it.
Okay, I'll just see if the clerks have that.
Oh.
Okay. I think we're okay just to add it in, right? Yeah. Okay, so we've added that in. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. And does it need a seconder? I think so. Second by Councillor Montague.
Second.
Thank you. And then Councillor Dominato, you are next on the queue.
Thanks, Chair. I also have submitted a couple of LOAs as well if they want to be added to this, if that's simpler.
I believe they're on there, indicated by the clerks. Might be tough for you to see from where you are, but give you a moment to check to make sure it's all correct.
I think that June 25th, it was from 4 o'clock onwards. I'll just double check my email. No, if I put 5, that's fine. I'll leave it.
Okay.
That's correct. Yeah, thank you.
We can leave it at 5? Okay, great. So that motion is on the floor. Councillor Kirby-Young, you're back on the queue. Is it to this item? Okay, so we'll just deal with this item ahead of moving forward to any other items. So it's been moved and seconded. No further discussion. So all those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay. Great, and that motion carries unanimously. And I think Councillor Kirby-Young, this is the time. Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, I was quick on the draw there. Yeah, thanks, Chair. With the will of council and pursuant to Section 9.5 of the procedure bylaw, I would like to bring a time-sensitive urgent motion forward on behalf of Mayor Sim, who is traveling. And that motion has been circulated to council. So can I go ahead and introduce that?
Yes, you can introduce the motion.
Okay. Thanks. So for council's consideration, the motion is titled a memorial event for the April 26 Lapu Lapu Day tragedy in the city of Vancouver. As everybody will recall, and it's still weighing heavily, I think, on us. It was a very dark day in Vancouver. It was just over 5 weeks ago. On April 26, the Filipino community suffered an unimaginable loss. And so Mayor Sim had asked me to bring this forward. As was mentioned earlier, he's traveling. They have been working very closely with community partners to plan a memorial event in response to the April 26 tragedy. It is not lost on me that we are now in June, and this is typically Filipino Heritage Month. There will not be as many sort of commemorative or celebratory events, and yet it is fitting, I think, to host this event in the month of June, which is the intention, and hence the time sensitivity around the request to council today. A steering committee has been established to work on this memorial event with representation from Filipino BC, Hogan's Alley, Latin Vancouver, and other community members. Connect Sports and Entertainment have generously offered Rogers Arena and their staffing at no cost. Brand Live is also donating their services free of charge. Ticketmaster is going to waive the fees. And everybody's working to ensure production costs are minimal. There will be some hard costs with respects to equipment, utilities, some technical staff, but the intention is to charge a very nominal ticket fee, and should there be, in line with what the expenses are projected, and should there be any remaining funds, then they would be donated to the Filipino community in consultation with the community. The idea is to do this for June. The date is still being finalized with the steering committee and will be shared with council and community as soon as it is fully confirmed. And the goal of the urgent motion is to enable signing of those contracts with Rogers Arena and Brand Live to enable some of those plans to become finalized and more concrete. And it is to set aside a $50,000 contingency in place should there be cost overruns. Again, not anticipating necessarily that that will be the case, given the generous support from a lot of the different community partners that I have mentioned that are stepping up. But given sort of the timing around this and council schedule and the fact that the planning needs to continue with some confidence around the ability to sign those contracts, hence the time-sensitive request. So I'm submitting that for council's consideration. Thank you.
Before we go to seconder, I wonder if I can just call a quick recess on this item, just to get clarification on a couple things, since it's coming forward as urgent business. I think as chair, I'm able to do that, and with the will of council, if that's okay, just given it's an important topic, and before it's seconded, I just think we want to make sure that everything is clear. So if I can call a 5-minute recess. Thank you. the recess was helpful to better understand some of the
Chair,
work.
I'm
when
sorry, if,
I'm just giving some rationale.
sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was seconded or not, if you needed it.
Not yet. So just giving rationale for that. You can go ahead and second
Okay,
it.
I'll second.
Sure.
Well,
Councillor
well, it's on top of my head, thanks.
Councillor Montague has seconded it. So happy to advance. Councillor Kirby-Young, you still have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I've completed the introduction, so I appreciate Council's consideration. Thank you.
And Councillor Dominato is no longer on the queue. Okay, and is there any discussion? Councillor Fry?
Oh, I thought we were questions, but okay. Or can we do questions?
No.
Okay.
You can do points of information.
Yeah, sure. So Chair, maybe through you to the mover of the motion. Just to put because there's no date attached to this, and I thought maybe you could add additional color to why it's urgent business.
Yeah, that's point of information through the chair to the mover. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Fry. It's a good question, and as I noted earlier, it's been sort of 5 short weeks, and so obviously the community, since the Lapu-Lapu tragedy, and obviously the community have been working through that process. The Mayor's office has been working with them as the community is comfortable to do this event. The intention is to hold it in June. There's a couple of dates under consideration that are working to finalize. And so we didn't have, given sort of the short timeline with the tragic event, and our council's meeting schedule with FCM and LSMA, we didn't have the normal process and time to call a notice of motion. And again, the idea is to hold this in June, so there needs some certainty around the ability to secure the venues and work towards achieving that in June in Filipino Heritage Month.
Okay, thank you for that. I will just maybe add some comments then. I appreciate the context within Filipino Heritage Month and why this timing is as it is. Obviously, I have not had any insight into this beyond the urgency that was delivered today. So, but operating in good faith, and I think that we all, reflecting on the tragedy of April 26th, I think we all recognize the significance of it. Obviously, it would have been great to have folks speak to this and to have input from the community as necessary. But I trust that the mayor's office and the mayor working on this have done that due diligence and that this can proceed in an appropriate manner.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Maloney.
I would echo the words of Councillor Fry. I mean, I think it is important if the community wants this to happen, that it does happen. I have a question about, I guess, procedure. Is there any scope for us deferring it until tomorrow? If I don't know if that's possible, perhaps someone could.
I'll check with the clerks on what's allowed within our procedure. I'm not sure that is the case, but let me just double check. Just getting clear on where it could be referred to. So this could be referred to unfinished business in the council meeting tomorrow after the completed standing committee meeting. That's the will of council. It's a motion on the floor and it can be referred to any future meeting.
All right. I bear with me thinking out loud. Because I wouldn't want to risk jeopardising the event, but at the same time, it would be nice to be able to check up on how a few community members feel about it, which would be entirely possible. Would it be at the beginning or would it be at the end of the days?
It would be the council agenda would be, just one second. It would be a first item on the council business that happens tomorrow at the end of the standing committee agenda completion, which is where we ratify all the decisions at standing committee. This would be first item on that council agenda. So we essentially would be at the end of tomorrow's business.
All right. Well, I would like to move a motion that it be deferred to the end of the standing committee business. Sorry?
Yes, so the referral, you can type that into the clerk, but I can take that referral. So basically, the motion on the floor is to refer this item to unfinished business in the council agenda item or the council meeting tomorrow at the end of standing committee. That's the motion on the floor. Can I get a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Orr. And is there any discussion? Councillor Orr?
I was on for the
Previous?
previous.
Okay, Councillor Show?
Yeah, thanks. We don't have the motion yet, right? So we
Motion's on, well, it's being sent into the clerks.
Okay, so we're talking about the motion or the referral motion or the...
Referral.
Okay, so I just have one question to the mover of the referral motion. I just don't understand the logic of rationale of this referral motion. Why we are referring this motion? What could change, from today to tomorrow that will affect how you vote on this
Okay,
motion?
that's a point of information to the mover of the
Yes, to the mover of the motion. I just don't understand the rationale.
Councillor Maloney?
So,
just make sure you turn your microphones on.
Sorry. The rationale is that I'd like the opportunity to touch base with community members and talk to them about this motion and make sure that it's something that is that the community is behind and that it is a good idea for us to move this motion.
Okay, so another point of information. So are you saying that the community is not behind this motion right now?
I most certainly am not saying that the community is not behind this motion. I'm saying that I don't know any more about it than I have read in this this document. And as I said, I echo the words of Councillor Fry, who said that he assumes good intentions on behalf of the Mayor's office, and I absolutely do as well. I'd just like the opportunity to talk to a few community members about it before I am put in the position of voting on it.
Okay, so I guess I'm not going to support this referral motion. So I think we can still have a chance to talk to all the community members. So in fact, I was there this weekend at the Filipino Heritage Month. There are lots of people from the Filipino community there. I talked to them. So I don't believe we should delay this motion. It's very important, very significant to the community. So I'm gonna vote against this referral motion. We should pass that today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Fry.
Yes, certainly without assuming too much about where the community is or isn't, I do want to respect Councillor Maloney's desire to have a little bit more time before voting on something like this, which is does have significance, and I think that is fair. We've had very little time to digest or understand the motion. If there are concerns, I think we make our decisions with the benefit of as much information as we have available to us, and I think by delaying this by a decision by less than 24 hours, I don't think will make a material difference unless I'm missing something. And by all means, if somebody feels that this decision has to happen within the next 24 hours, then please speak to that. But otherwise, I think that it is fair for Councillor Maloney or anybody to want to have a fulsome review of the information at hand. And so I support the motion as presented, but I also support this referral to give it a little bit more time to give the full confidence of my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Maloney.
I just wanted to clarify that I have been speaking to members of the Filipino community as well, very frequently. It's just that I didn't know to speak to them about this motion because it has just come to my attention today.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. So I will speak in favor of referring to tomorrow. I think that like Councillor Fry, and even for my own self, you know, this is an important decision of this council, but most important, it needs to be done as a community-led effort. Memorialization of anything as significant as what was experienced after the Lapu Lapu Festival needs to be done with a whole heart and a confidence that each of us that gets to vote in this chamber has had sufficient time to engage with the networks and communities that were impacted by this tragedy. Not allowing that to happen where it's 24 hours, not allowing that to happen is choosing something that is not in the best interest of us moving together with a whole heart and a confidence that is in the best interest of the community. So regardless of my personal feelings or opinions, a councillor in this chamber has asked for more time to ensure that they can, with a whole heart and confidently, vote in support of this should that be the outcome of their discussions. And that is the due diligence that we commit to in being in this chamber. So I support the referral, and I really hope we recognize the request is reasonable given the circumstances at this point. And so I'll be voting in favor of the referral. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Maybe I'll just sort of close on this point in the discussion and say I think that all of Mayor and Council's entire hearts have been with the Filipino community, and I think that it has been an incredibly difficult time in our city for the community first and foremost, but for everybody, and remains to be felt. I would note that I think these types of responses are typically dealt with, planned, and responded to by the mayor's office. The mayor's, by virtue of his role, has sort of specific expectations and responsibilities of his office. And I have every confidence, as was referenced in the different community groups that are involved in the conversations, that this is with the community, for the community, and by the community. And the city is simply trying to support that. So I don't have qualms that that is not the case. And I think in something of this nature, it spans and crosses, I think, all humanistic lines generally in terms of just coming together to support the community as fulsomely as we can. And that's how I view this one. And so I approach this with trust around the engagement and the conversations. I think that we saw the best of Vancouver, honestly, in one of the worst times. You know, and if you go back, I think it was Dickens that said it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It really was the worst of times, and yet we saw everybody in our community step up, and many of us were there at Lapu Lapu on that morning, which was a joyous time and a celebratory moment. And then a number of us were there, and I remember standing there that evening, you know, up to midnight, and it was a very different scene with people trying to process the shock of what happened. And so I think that everybody is doing this in the right ways for the right reasons. I'd like to give them the best ability and time to plan this. I have confidence that folks have been engaged, including the local MLA, who has really been a champion in this community and was also sort of just a rock, as were many members of the community there. So I'm comfortable for that reason with voting on it today. And I will leave it there. Thank you.
Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question through you, if I may, to the mover of the motion. You mentioned engagement with the local MLA. Can you confirm if MLA Mabel Elmore is aware of these plans and has been engaged by the mayor's office?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for the question, Councillor Meisner. That's what I was advised by the mayor's office, and I was, as mentioned, I was asked to move this on behalf, and specifically MLA Mabel Aylmore. That is correct.
Okay, thank you for that. And then also wondering if Filipino BC was engaged as well on these plans.
Yes, they were. And when I was reading my introductory, and through the chair, and thank you for the question, when I was reading my introductory comments, they are formed part of a steering committee that has been working on this initiative, and Filipino BC is obviously a primary and critical stakeholder.
Okay, thank you.
The referral.
You have to be on the queue.
You're asking a point of information on.
I can still ask
Yeah.
the original motion.
I'll allow
correct?
it because it's all connected.
Apologies.
You have
That's a
to
very
be on
good
the
point.
queue for a point of procedure. You have to be on the queue for a point of procedure.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Addressing the referral, from my perspective, and I haven't had any conversations with the mayor on this. So, but I have had conversations with community members. I attended 2 Catholic masses. I know a number of my colleagues were at the first one. I was at a second one in Burnaby, and I've also received correspondence from members of the community. And I know there is interest in having an event of this kind. And I think it was well stated by my colleague how awful and how tragic that day was, and that it did start with a great amount of joy, and most of us were there that morning, and ended a tragedy. And I think that there's no need to refer this to tomorrow. I trust that there's going to be ongoing conversations with the Filipino community around what this event looks like and how it engages the community and recognizes the victims. And so I'm happy to support it at this time based on what I've heard in the debate this afternoon. Thank you. So I won't be supporting the referral.
Thank you. So that does bring us to the end of the speakers list. We will be voting on the referral.
Chair, this is Councillor Klassen. Can I get a vote in opposition? Thank you.
And that motion fails with Councillor Kirby-Young, Dominato, Montague, Klassen, Meisner, and Zhao in opposition. And that does take us, thank you, Councillor Maloney. So unfortunately that didn't pass. So we'll be dealing with the motion now. Of course, as a new business item. So any further discussion? Okay. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I appreciate the sense of urgency. Absolutely. Just a few more points of information through the chair to the mover of the motion. For the nominal fee for tickets, I understand that's around $20. Has there been any plans to do a pay what you can kind of motion to people who may not be able to afford that?
Yeah, through the chair. I think the intention is to keep it as low as possible, and that's why a fee is not in the motion, because we're working. I understand that the steering committee is working with the mayor's office to identify those details, and they do need to be able to move forward to confirm what those components look like. But I can't imagine that anybody would be turned away. But I think those are going to be really important considerations, and that's why they have a steering committee.
Okay, excellent. And I know we talked about the community. Have we discuss this with the victims or the families of the victims themselves?
Through the chair, I can't speak to that piece. I think they're being guided by Filipino BC, so I can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. That brings us to the end of the speakers queue, so we will go to a vote.
Chair, this is Councillor Klassen. Can I have a voter assist in support? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and that motion passes with unanimous support. Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young, for bringing that forward. Are there any other new items of business, or items of new business, I should say, Councillor Dominato?
Yes, thanks, Chair. I've circulated an administrative resolution as time-sensitive urgent business for today. And it is effectively administrative motion to make changes to acting mayor provisions for today, tomorrow, so Wednesday and Thursday. I am acting mayor for this month, and I am an Ottawa. Typically, I think it's preferred that acting mayor be in the region, and also for 3 other dates at the end of the month. And so Councillor Kirby-Young has offered to cover those dates off.
Okay, great, thank you very much. So that motion is on the floor. I did see it come through earlier. Here it is up on the screen, so we'll need a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Montague. And is there any discussion? Seeing none, we can go to a vote. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed
Yay.
say nay.
Yay.
That is, okay, so that is in effect. Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. And any other new items of new business? Okay, seeing none. Any inquiries or other matters? Seeing none, may we have a motion to adjourn, please? Thank you. All those in favor say yay. Any opposed say nay.
Yay.
That motion carries. Thank you very much, Council. Thank you very much, staff. Have a great day, everyone.